What the hell? Where do, oh, just this? Are we ready yet? We should have it done by 7 o'clock. The public's here. Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody had a good Memorial Day. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Public Law of 1975, Chapter 231. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a notice sent to Star Ledger, the local source, and posted in the main lobby of the municipal building and on the Township website. And please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for our servicemen here and abroad. Thank you. Okay. Roll call.
Mayor Weber, Huber,
Oh, excuse me. Hey, Chris, do you want to, you answer, Chris.
sorry. That's because I was marching with him yesterday. so,
Linda
right?
and I, we did the whole parade
Whoa.
together. Handed out flags and
What
everything.
did he?
I was there too.
Whoa!
Everybody
Let's
left,
start over.
everybody left
Roll
Linda
call,
and I,
please.
that's all I'm gonna say.
Mayor Huber,
Yes.
Mayor Laufer,
Present.
Committeeman Capides,
Here.
Committeeman Kaiser,
Here.
Committeeman Weber.
Here,
Proclamations and announcements. Springfield 55 plus residents calendar is here for June. Pride Month flag raising is Friday, May 30th at 4:30 at Chisholm Community Center. Rain or shine. Garbage collections will increase to twice a week starting this week through Labor Day collection. Days are Monday and Thursday, Tuesday and Friday. The farmers market opens on Monday, June 2nd. New hours are 1 to 6. Food trucks will arrive earlier with some great lunch options. Townwide garage sale, Saturday and Sunday, June 7th and 8th, from 9 to 6. Permit fees are waived. But do you want them to call, and you want a record of who having garage sales? You don't?
We are.
You want them to?
Yes, if they call in, they
Yeah.
can be put on a list.
If you call in, you can be put on a list. Let me see, where am I? The primary election is Tuesday, June 10th. Polls will open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
And just one thing, Mayor, that means that our next Township Committee meeting will be Wednesday, June 11th.
Yes. All right. Bulk pickup is scheduled for Wednesday, June 11th. Please have all bulk items out by Tuesday evening, not a week before, please. Township of Springfield, we're going to 2025 budget. Discussion of budget. Public hearing. Motion to open. We have a motion to open to the, do we go to the budget first and then go open, right? Is it according to this? It is, right?
I put it on now. I want to do it now, okay? May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
motion.
Second.
Yeah, but don't you, I gotta open it after they also present the budget.
It's all part of the same.
Oh, okay,
Part of the same, okay.
all right. Okay.
It works. So everybody knows this is our favorite time of the year. It's time to adopt our municipal budget for the year of 2025. This is my 7th year chairing the subcommittee. My co-chair was Committeeman Harris, but I've had the pleasure of working with every single one of us over the last 7 years. So everyone has had a taste of the budget committee, which is an intensive subcommittee of the town council. Every year, the process starts towards the end of the last calendar year. That is when our township administrator, our CFO, the members of the budget committee sit down with each and every department head, gather, ask questions, realize what each department needs to sustain itself, what it wants to do in the next coming year. There is a constant back and forth over the next few months of where we can cut, where we can make improvements, where we can be leaner, where we want to invest more money in so that we continue to meet the expectations of the township residents and its businesses. As I've said, this is the 7th year that I've chaired this. It certainly does not get easier, but we always start out with a few select objectives. It's maintaining services. We never want to cut the levels of service that our residents expect, ensuring that police and fire are adequately staffed, adequately have the funding to meet the needs of the town, making sure that our DPW is able to pick up leaves and plow snow, making sure that we collect the garbage, maintaining and resurfacing roads throughout the town so that we have not dilapidated roadways that our residents would not want to expect. We want to make sure, and it's been since day one, of reducing our long-term debt, which is just previous administrations or our administration. We don't want to burden future administrations with debt that straddles us from accomplishing future goals. We're always looking to control our expenditures as best as we can, never looking to spend more than we need, and always understanding that taxes are a huge impact on our residents and trying to limit that cost every single year. And when we start with those objectives, it's then that we're able to, through hard work, meet with the department heads and form our budget. Our budget this year makes key investments throughout the town. It's putting new money and investing in a new pocket park at the intersection of Oakland and Mountain Avenue. It's roadway improvements from digital crosswalks through a number of locations throughout the town. It's making sure that our public safety equipment, body cameras that are state mandated by the town, so our police force has the best body cameras. It's updating our IT equipment for the police and making sure that we continue to invest in an IT infrastructure that meets the 21st century. It's buying new equipment for DPW, like a vehicle lift for the garage so that we can make in-house repairs rather than going outside and costing the town inordinate expenses. Continuing to invest in our parks and update our playground equipment, making road repairs. We invested another $1 million in road repairs, making investments to our buildings, from a new generator that will hopefully keep Town Hall going in an event of inclement weather that might take out the town hall for a prolonged amount of time. Prior, we were only able to keep essential employees, but now we'll be able to keep the entire town hall running. It's making infrastructure to pump stations to control our our sanitary and stormwater improvements. So we every single year try to invest in new projects. We try to limit the tax increases as best we can. I think we've all been there where we know what you get for your dollars. Your tax bill consists of basically three parts. We collect and we remit. So we collect the portion for the schools, we collect the portion for the county, we collect the portion for the library. Library is very minuscule. That's about 1% of your tax bill. A little under that is the county government, which is like 16%. Your schools are about 50%, and your town is about 33% of your budget. So for about a third of your tax bill goes towards maintaining the township services, whether that be police, fire, DPW, making sure that we meet our needs. The vast majority goes to school and county. For this year, it certainly was a trying year as we continue to face inflationary numbers that caused every cost to increase across the board. Salaries continue to go up, insurance, healthcare, which are the leading driver for our tax bill. So we are looking at a $146 per average assessed household throughout the township. This year, we continued the effort to make sure that the residents have a direct way to talk and review with the budget committee. We had a number of members volunteer their time this year. The budget committee, the Citizens Budget Review Committee met a number of times. So we want to thank the four members that gave their time over the last few months, Monty, Marla, James, and Melanie, who gave their time, met with us, reviewed it, saw what the township was doing, tried to offer some suggestions that we continue to look to incorporate in years going forward as we make it an accessible and transparent budget process. With that being said, Committeeman Laufer, would you like to make any remarks?
Sure. These microphones, man. So when we sat down with our department heads, you know, everybody gives us a really long wish list. And, you know, Alex and myself and with Diane and John have the unenviable task of telling everybody no. And, you know, I think, you know, I want to give a lot of credit to Alex here. He was the driving force behind the budget like he has been for 7 years. Hopefully he'll take it on an 8th year. I want to give Diane and John also a ton of credit. We had a couple tough conversations about where we could possibly cut and without compromising service, and I feel that we've done that. Obviously, $146 on average per house is not where we want to be, but the cost drivers, being the county and the Board of Education, we can't really do anything about that. So I'm enthusiastically in support of this budget because it doesn't cut services for residents. And I think that's our one and only mandate. Keep the town safe and don't cut services. So those are my comments.
Anybody, the Township Committee, have any questions, comments?
I have, so the increase right now is 146 for the year per average household at this point, right? Okay. Break it down, that's $12.16 per household on average. That allows everybody in this township, our employees, to continue working, getting a modest cost of living raise, keep services going. Alex, you did this for 7 years already. And I was with you for a year, and like you said, everybody's been up there with you. The one thing I can say, two things. Number one is there's not one time in 7 years where I doubted what the budget was, or was there any kind of waste or frivolous spending on our part. And number two, for the last 2 years, we've opened it up to the residents. We did not pick anybody. We opened it up, we only got 4 out of, what were you given, 9 spots? I don't even, yeah, we were giving 9 spots or so, and only 4 people responded. And thank you to those 4. I don't know how much more transparent you can be, and as a taxpayer here, I'm glad with the budget. I am very satisfied with the modest increase, and it wasn't exorbitant. And thank you to all the committee who worked so hard on getting this budget done for 2025.
Yes, I would like to echo both Deputy Mayor Laufer and Committeeman Weber's comments. And again, once thank our chair for spearheading this. With your breadth of knowledge and experience doing this for so many years, you really have a good grasp of where we were and where we're headed. I know sometimes this can seem to be like an insurmountable task, but I appreciate your efforts and the committee's efforts, and I appreciate the collaborative and transparent effort that we have underwent the last 2 years. I'd like to thank the volunteers for coming forward to kind of get a peek behind the curtain, if you will, about what it is we talk about when we have these tough conversations and the things that we have to consider when going through a process like this. And to have a budget that's something that we can be proud of and fully support is not an easy thing to do. And we have consistently shown that we're willing to put in the effort to do what we need to do to contain and consistently have those services delivered to our residents year after year. And I appreciate the efforts of the committee, as well as all of our township employees and township leadership.
Just to,
I'd like to thank,
yeah, you go
oh,
first.
I can? Thank
No,
you.
You go first. You go first.
No. Thank you, Alex. No. Thank you, committee. Thank the residents. I wish we had more. I think it was very good with the residents giving their opinion of it, and they approved it. So, what two Chris's says, everything that they said, so I don't want to prolong this, but thank you very much. Did a great job.
So, as always, you guys bring up some points just to talk through. I think going forward, as we progress into next year, I think we've discussed as a committee of trying to retain some of the citizens. It's kind of tough. This was last year was a completely new kind of like subcommittee, community committee that kind of met. It's very tough to learn the budget in one single year. It's the first time you're looking at a document. It's taken me a long time to learn everything from the first year. And with more experience, trust me, you do better and ask better questions. So I think going forward, we're going to try to retain the same people that met this time. I think we're going to try to meet certainly earlier, introduce them to the process at the start of when we start reviewing it, and seek their guidance throughout. So as they learn it a little bit more, it was completely new individuals from last year who wanted to participate. So retaining that knowledge, allowing them to expand and review it, of course, will certainly be open. I think there's like 9 positions created by the ordinance that we established. So certainly seeking more people, but trying to keep the 4 on and moving forward, and in that, I think will help us.
Now, there's a public, I'm gonna open up to the public. Do they have any questions they'd like to ask? No, nobody? Seeing none,
I'd like to move to close the public comment portion.
closed.
I'll second.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Aye.
Aye.
This resolution adopts 2025 current budget for the county.
158. Yep.
Right here.
Alex, I would invite you to make the motion.
Make a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-158 as read by Madam Clerk.
Second.
Okay. Who's second?
Me.
Okay. Committeeman Capides,
Well done, yes.
Deputy Mayor Laufer,
Yes.
Committeeman Kaiser,
Yes, with one final comment. Every year comes up that, taxes are huge impact on our residents, but all of us are felt that way, right? All of us elected are up here. We all want to try to do the best we can. And we're all in this together. This whole budget affects everybody in the township, including us, and we try to do the best we can every single year. So with that being said, I vote yes.
Committeeman Weber,
Very happily, yes.
Mayor Huber.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. First budget, public hearing.
Agenda items only.
Or public comment on any agenda item.
And just to put my 2 cents in, if anybody from the media is watching this and is going to write that we passed the largest budget ever, that is what happens every year. We pass the largest budget ever.
It goes up every year.
It goes up every year. That's common sense. It's not a sensational headline, please.
Nobody from the public on agenda items only?
Actually, expenditures are down, but revenues were also down, so that's why. So it's not frivolous spending.
Seeing none, close the portion of the public. Next, reports, administration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few items, if I may. We spoke about PSC&G. We're going to be working on the gas main from Milburn to Alvin Terrace. It has now been postponed. When we get an update, we'll have more information for everyone. But this is what happens with PSC&G. They give us information, and then next thing you know, they've changed their minds. So work will continue on Linden between Wabeno and Owasso. Residents expect detours during this work. Planned paving projects we're working on. We're going out for engineering bids for full length of Highlands, mill and overlay with miscellaneous curb repairs, full length of Windsor, same thing, curb repair and mill and overlay. Project includes upgrades to any New Jersey DEP drainage inlets, frames, and grates, and regulatory signage. We at Public Works will take care of all the internal televised inspections, so we won't have to go out to get that done on all our storm and sanitary system that will be working by. Ball fields, we're still obviously working on ball fields, cutting everything in all of our parks, but we also had a meeting with our supplier of equipment for our ball fields. We're looking at possibly a demo on something that would help kind of break up the clay and make it a little bit softer and smoother. So we're going to see what that demo shows, and then we'll go from there. Before we do anything, we'll keep everybody in the loop on it. I wanted to discuss, if I may, Oakland Park. I had the survey was started last week. It'll be completed this week, where the corners of the property will be staked, so we'll know exactly where we are. Then we're going to go to removal of, we got some work to do, removal of trees. There's some scrubby trees left there that have to go. Grading has to be done and drainage has to be done before any of the niceties happen. So that'll probably be the start. I think I had mentioned that 6-8 weeks ago, we applied for a grant with the county. And I'm very happy to announce we were successful and we received a grant. I would like to thank the county for their generosity to us. I would like to thank our team. We had our outside engineering firm, GPI, Andrew helped us tremendously. Our internal engineer, Mike Disco, helped put the grant together, did a fantastic job. And we were awarded the sum of $416,000 for Oakland Park. So Oakland Park, between receiving that park for $1 and the $416,000 that we're going to receive, should cost the residents nothing. So we're thrilled with this. I think it's going to make a great little pocket park. We've been working on security cameras for the township building here. Also our DPW, we've had some issues there, and the pool parking. We've had some issues up there where the dump site is. We met the other day with the new CEO of the Y. Paul retired recently. So we have a new young lady that actually I knew from before. She's taken over, so we walked the pool, made sure everything was ready, and we opened this past weekend. I didn't hear any problems unless someone else did. I'm sure the water was a little chilly, but that'll warm up in a couple of months.
When are the heaters coming in?
Yeah, the heater's on, all right. I think they're on order, Mr. Mayor. The traffic boxes, if you look in front of you, there's a copy from Applied Graphics, and also you'll see a copy of the boxes where they're located. Applied Graphics is someone that we use currently in town. They do our work on our police cars.
Hey, John, before we go into the
Yes, sir.
boxes, because that's going to be a whole discussion, one quick question about Oakland Park. Before we start doing demolition, we're going to make sure to, we're going to engage the residents that live around there and have public meetings to keep residents involved in that process.
Can I ask
right?
you a question if I
Sure,
may?
absolutely.
On that part of it, on the removal and the grading and things, there's really not a lot for them to.
I'm talking about meeting, not just, I want to do more than meet our legal requirements here. This is,
I understand. I just don't want to delay.
no, I,
Kind of, you know what
I'm
I'm
with
saying? That
you.
is part that's not the design like or anything. That's just getting it ready.
Sure.
And I agree with you. We need to have some public forum on
That's-
as we go forward. But, you may see some work being done again because
yeah,
you gotta
no,
kind of rough it out.
I understood. I just want to make sure that we're keeping the public.
We're going to give the public plenty of opportunity to.
There you go.
Come before us and
There you go.
give their concerns on it.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Committeeman Kaiser, did you?
No, I'll reserve my comments for a future.
Okay. So back on the traffic boxes, Applied Graphics does work for us currently in town. They do our police cars. We've had, very good luck with them. They do an excellent job. You'll see there's a copy of the quote that we received from them also, and the boxes. If you look at the quote, they'll do as little as 3 boxes so we can kind of get a look at them and see what you guys think. And I'll show you the samples that they brought in. We can hold up and pass.
Story
around.
time.
I don't know how you guys want to do this, so you tell me how you want to just pass these around, you want to
You know what?
play Vanna White? So let me just give you one thing that the owner of Applied Graphics told us that they've learned over the years is that if you go with a solid background, like let's say we just put a navy blue on the box with the town seal on it. He said what ends up happening when you do that is now you've created a field that's blank for somebody to start putting stickers and stuff on. So he said what they found is that with something that's busy, he said then they don't have a spot to put something on it that becomes very visible. It kind of discourages everybody from doing it. So that was his recommendation, is one of the flowers. The nice thing is with these, if it should get damaged, he can come out and take off whatever side is damaged and just replace that. He doesn't have to take off the whole box. He also offered us, there's an additional film that will resist graffiti as far as paint. It can be cleaned off. It's a couple more dollars, but it's something you might want to consider. Upside down. And he could do those in a fairly short time.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
These images, how are they, where do they come from? The images that were used?
These ones are standard. He's got these. You can go with original art if you wish, but there's an additional charge. It's I think it was $120 an hour.
Oh, okay.
And it would take him probably, he said, between an hour and a half and 2 hours for original art to be put on.
Because again, I'm not, obviously we're looking at costs, but I thought it would be kind of nice if we had some Springfield background to it. But if that's not going to be cost effective, then we shouldn't do it. But I've just,
Well, can I make a recommendation? What if we pick something to try, and if you guys are happy with it, maybe we do this on prominent boxes that you really want to do something different? We could always do that.
we have historical paintings and monuments and plaques throughout the town, and maybe something that represents that on the decal would, and again, maybe in the more prominent places might, be a little bit more well-received, and it might even deter people doing not nice things to the boxes even more.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have, I don't know if I particularly like them, but he had some others that he kind of brought with us, something like this inside of a watch. And again, the idea is that it's busy, so you don't have a clear field. This was just a village scene that he had also for us, and the rest were, somebody did Benjamin Franklin off of money, so. So that's kind of the idea. It's, you guys tell me what way you want to go, and whenever you're ready, and we'll contact him and get him started.
So when you went around and you looked at the boxes, last time I had went, I was certain that we had about 5 that were desperately needed. Do you have a count to that, or you were saying thing about 5?
Well, here's the beauty, though. Keep this in mind. Included in his price, he will do all the prep work, clean them off, sand them down. We do nothing. So whatever one you pick, we don't have to worry if it's been done or not been done. It's taken care of. That's one of the good things. If you want, we can go out, and if I've got pictures, but they weren't. Robbie hadn't done them where we could identify where they were, unless you could figure out by just looking at where they were located.
So I'm going to piggyback on what Chris said, and while I liked the images that you just showed me, I love them because they're spring now, and I'm going to love them because they're summer. I don't know how much I'm going to love them in October, December, and February. Looking at sunflowers, sure, is it optimistic? It is. I'm wondering if it is maybe small money spent to have something that is 365, that can be used all year round, that's not going to be, I don't know.
Just tell me what it is, and we'll.
And we can, it doesn't necessarily have to be Springfield historical photos. It could be historical landmarks in town, like actual photos of landmarks in
Yeah.
town that people see and identify as part of Springfield. I mean,
We don't have to determine that tonight. I mean, we've got time. Just, you guys decide what it is, and we'll get pictures over to them, and we can get pricing from them, and go from there. I mean, by the next meeting, if you tell me how many boxes you want to do or whatever,
The information that you got here, right?
yeah, it's from Robbie.
Yeah, these are the ones, is this all the boxes?
I
Or are
believe
these, these are in our, downtown, not?
Yeah.
These
These are
were the
not-
boxes that everybody walks by and has access
Yeah.
to, right?
So that's what I just
If
thought.
you notice, these are not on Morris Avenue.
No.
These are all in town.
Can we just, flowers are great. I always love flowers. Jay, if you're listening, flowers on Avenue. But maybe clouds, something like that. I think it should be a mix. I don't, overgoing on too much historical, we probably don't need that on every single box, but, and not every single, I would hate if every box had the same image too. I think it should be kind of different, so maybe we can do a mix of standard ones that he has and a mix of some creative.
I'm going to imagine that some of these boxes would contain street signs that would have indicators, welcome to Springfield. Silly as it is, The Simpsons, that is when was the Simpsons contest for the township?
It's about 15 years ago.
About 15 years ago, right?
15 years
No,
ago.
there's a lot of Springfield, there's a lot of things around that could be used, and
Fourth.
I just think we just need creative, we'll figure it out, but, okay.
I love that we've identified it.
Yep.
I think we're all in agreement that we need to make these improvements. I think it's a great thing that we reached out. It'll save us in the long run of in-house work, and allowing him to get it done. So I think over the next couple weeks, I think we'll identify what kind of designs we want, but I do think this is a simple cleanup of something that's an industrialized look that brings down the view and will hopefully make it more pretty.
Let me say one more thing that was mentioned, and I don't remember who brought it up. I remember Robbie Betcher brought it up, head of DPW. His idea was to give every department a box and have every box in town have something relating to the department, recreation, DPW, police, fire, which I didn't think was a bad idea.
I love that
I
idea.
think the only problem with that, though, is, and I think if you look at, what are you gonna put on it? I think you're gonna end up with a solid field with the fire department symbol on it. And again, I'm not saying that he's 100% right,
Yeah.
the owner.
Right.
But he said, when you do that, you're gonna get stickers on it.
Yeah, no, I
And I don't want to see him get defaced after we spend the money.
no. The point should be that, right, it's trying to think outside the box of making it something more at home where you're not going to
Right.
face it. So
Exactly.
I agree heavily with what you said last meeting with, when you make something look industrial or governmental,
it's going to be.
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's-
no.
it's- It's
So
stickers on it all day long.
I really like kind of doing some kind of design with street signs, something creative, not just a stereotypical insignia of that department or the township. I think that's a mistake. So.
I've had 3 residents come up to me and say that the stripped aluminum boxes themselves look worlds better than the stickered and graffitied green ones.
I agree with that.
So, I mean, my 2 cents, I don't see why there's, by my count, there's 20 boxes on here between small and large. Let's do a little bit of all of it. I mean, we've got 20 boxes. It's not going to be 20 street signs. It's not going to be 20 flowers. It's going to be a bunch of a bunch. I think I would love to see what Deputy Chief Mastroni's guys come up with. It better not just be just a fire emblem. I think doing some creativity is good. I think building community is good. I would love a box for the 250th anniversary, for instance. Just pride in community.
Put my car on the box.
There you go. Old school.
Old school on the box.
Just get the spoiler fixed.
Anyway, I think it's the right direction.
100%.
Wonderful.
Okay. If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. If not, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Minutes, none. New business.
Okay, we have a first read, no second reads on any ordinance. First read, ordinance 2025-16. This ordinance amends the land use provisions at Chapter 35 of the Township Code governing freestanding air conditioning equipment and permanent generators.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval on first reading, ordinance 2025-16, as read by Madam Clerk, with publication in the local source June 5th, 2025, with final hearing on June 24th, 2025.
I second his motion.
Public comment? Oh, I'm sorry. No discussion?
Yeah, can we have clarification on this, please? What's
This
happening?
is in reference to a house that sits on a corner lot. When you're on a corner lot, you have 2 front yards. We do not allow air conditioning. Sorry. This is a house that sits on a corner lot. You have 2 front yards at that point. We do not allow central air or generators in front yards. So corner lot has to go before the planning board in order to get a variance to be able to put that in the front yard. This was recommended that we send them instead to the planning board. This would then go to our technical review committee, which is myself, Bob Herbert, and Mike Disco. to see if it's not intrusive or obtrusive to any of the neighbors that surround this, a particular house. So we would still get a review on it, but in looking at it, we found very few actually that we've looked at over the past 5 years. There was a handful. It's not that we got people coming in every day that are on a corner lot looking to put a generator in the front. You could still put a generator, I mean, you have to put it in the backyard of the house.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of taking authority away from our boards that we appoint. That's just my 2 cents.
I don't understand why, I could understand, that one street that we worked hard in, off of
Bernadette.
Evergreen, that those individuals, unfortunately, how it was built, have 2 front yards, and they
Right.
don't have a backyard. That
True.
I could understand, because
Yes.
that's a lot, but a corner lot, and I'm sure we have more than that than our Evergreen situation, which we faced last year. They do have a backyard. Like, they have a backyard to put it. Just because if you're going through it, I don't know what the size of generators, might take some space of your backyard, but to then kind of put it in your front yard, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable.
Well, they would have to fence it in or shield it with some shrubbery kind of thing. But again, if they don't want to put it in the backyard, then they would still then have to go back to the planning board to get approval to put it on the front yard.
This doesn't change the process that's in place when the land use board approval is necessary. What it does is,
You're changing the threshold to which you get the land use board involved. Yes, it does.
Well, I think my understanding is that the intent of it was to make it clear that you can't have these in the front yard for any home unless it's a corner lot. And for a corner lot, it still can't be in the front yard if that's where the main entrance to the building is.
Yeah, it's going to back.
Clarifying question. Wait. Clarifying question.
Because for corner lots, there are 2 front yards, and the ordinance wasn't very clear in that regard.
So that a potential homeowner on a corner lot could, under our current rules and regs, right? They could apply to do this now and just go through before a board.
The
Yes.
problem is, they have to wait for the board to meet, and
They would have to wait for the TRC to meet.
Well, I mean, the TRC meets more than monthly.
We meet, basically, we will meet when somebody calls us and says,
That's what
I
I'm
need to come
saying.
in.
I mean, right
A lot
now,
more flexibility from that standpoint.
right now, the process is planning board.
yeah.
For some of the provisions, the existing township code just allows the zoning officer to sign off on certain things. This puts the review committee, in some cases, in place of or in concert with
And they would have to pay for
zoning officer.
TRC?
TRC meets $300.
$300, and versus, if you go before a board, what's that fee, do we know?
I don't think it's a whole lot more.
So it's basically about the same. It's just timing.
The other, just the other element here was putting in the buffers. That wasn't in the ordinance comprehensively previously, and that's in terms of,
Well, I mean, the
fencing.
ordinance now defaults to what the planning board would say in terms of needing a buffer, right?
I think it anticipates what a requirement that might have otherwise been required.
I don't have a problem providing for a buffer ordinance, if you will. Where my hiccup comes in is we go in front of the planning board, that's a process that's uniform. A TRC, I mean, what if I have a zoning officer what if I don't have a zoning officer? What if I believe we have citizen boards, we should go in front of the citizen boards. That's my 2 cents. I'm a no.
I don't think a generator isn't done lightly. I don't think one day a homeowner wakes up and says they're throwing in a generator. That takes time, process. It's a large expense to begin with. The boards meet regularly. I don't think planning board has been off 1 month at all. Even zoning meets regularly. I'd like to hear other committee opinions.
So corner lots are kind of hard. And I'll tell you, there's one on my block that has a generator installed in the front yard, and they have shrubs around it, and it looks proper. I don't have a problem with it. I think what you have to look at is the uniqueness of the corner lot. The uniqueness of the corner lot is the anchor of the block, and sometimes it doesn't afford them the privacy, the fencing. It doesn't afford them a lot of things that the house right next door and all the way up the block until the next corner house can. I'm looking through this. I don't see anything that is detrimental to any block that it would be. I don't really have a problem with it as it's written. I just think they're in a bad spot. I think people in corner lots are in a bad spot.
but-
They have to be.
Your home doesn't suddenly become a corner lot, right? Like we don't suddenly make them a corner lot. They're buying a house. They know they're a corner lot. There's perks and there's negatives, right? To a corner lot. I like the buffer language. There's no doubt. Incorporating that and making that uniform is I think a smart thing that you should not just throw out a generator. Putting that, but I don't know if there's much difference in my mind of asking the TRC versus the board currently.
So certain situations, from my perspective, change. And I'll give you an example, and I use it all the time. I use Chris's block at Henshaw. You know, young couple moves in, and, you know, they're in their early 20s, and they're not thinking about having any kids right now, but unfortunately, they have a driveway that parks a car or two. 17, 18 years later, they got 2 kids. They got a driveway that they can't do anything about, and their car's overhanging the sidewalk, and there's not any, you know, circumstances change, and my argument to that would be, you know, some people need generators just for life-saving equipment at times, you know, whether it's they have to have air conditioning because of breathing issues or so on. I don't think you're gonna see that many. I think we have 205 blocks in the township. I don't see you having that many people applying for generators like that, especially with a cost of.
They already have, my point is, they already have an avenue for it. Like, it's not saying, we don't currently prohibit it. So like, I'm just a little lost on, we already have a process for this. I like the buffer language, there's no doubt. I am very comfortable trying to amend it and move in the buffer language tonight, or I don't know if we can.
John, what was the genesis of this whole entire ordinance?
We had a resident that had a health issue and wanted to put a generator in what was the front yard.
Okay.
And they had to go before they were trying to do it quickly.
This was the special meeting, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead, they were trying to.
That's what kind of drove it. But again, I'm not sure that the board has ever turned someone down.
They get approved?
Yeah.
Yes.
This seems like an extra step and not.
I don't know if it's
There's
an
a process,
extra.
like to Alex's point, there was a process that already was established, and this seems to be another step that's potentially not needed, the buffer aside.
Well, it's not an extra. It's instead of going to the board, you go to the TRC.
Yeah, it's
That's the only
creating,
thing.
it's creating a different process.
It's creating a slightly different route.
That might be quicker.
Quicker.
To address instances, which I would understand. If you had a medical concern, you're quickly, I just also, I don't know how fast you can install a generator.
Well,
I can't imagine
One
it's a
thing also I think
one-day-
you want to keep in mind is that Mike Disco looked back to see
It's a
how many
day.
of these we've had.
Today.
We've had in the past 5 years, we've had 3 or 4. I mean, it's not like somebody's coming in every week looking to put a generator in the front yard. It's the exception, not the norm. So we're talking about a handful over 5 years.
My opinion hasn't changed.
I'm not a fan.
I would move to table this ordinance.
A second. I need more thought on this.
Yeah, I would move, I motion to table this ordinance.
And you second?
I did second.
Is that a roll call, Craig? Yes. Okay. Okay, on a motion to move to table, Deputy Mayor Laufer?
Yes.
Motion, seconded by Committeeman Kaiser. Committeeman Capides?
Yes.
Committeeman Weber?
Yeah.
Mayor Huber?
Yes.
Okay. Tabled.
Moving on up.
Technically, you did not take.
All right. Resolutions. 2025-147. Let me know if you want one pulled. 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155,
I'll make a motion to adopt.
We've got more.
156, 157,
All.
157, oh, okay.
Yeah.
158,
Did.
We did.
Okay, so I will adopt the following resolutions on consent agenda. Resolution 2025-147 versus, up to, not versus, Resolution 2025-157. 150,
Yeah, 156. I would second that motion.
Committeeman Kaiser?
yes.
Deputy Mayor Laufer?
Yes.
Committeeman Capides?
Yes.
Committeeman Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Huber?
yes.
Resolution 2025-157. This resolution is supporting the township's proposed ongoing maintenance of the footbridge spanning NJ DOT property adjacent to Mizell Park within the township of Springfield.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-157 as read by Madam Clerk.
I second.
Discussion?
Yeah, my question is, has anything changed with this resolution? They're keeping,
We're taking over the maintenance of the bridge.
but it's still technically considered theirs? Or,
Craig, how was that?
Well, this is, so we don't have the form of agreement yet. It's going to be a license agreement. That's what we were informed, but we haven't seen the agreement yet. Before they put that effort in, they wanted a resolution that indicates the township committee's willingness to take over the maintenance obligation.
perfect.
The license agreement will give the township specific rights to get in there, do whatever needed to be
Yep.
done to make sure that it's safe and sound.
Perfect. All right, they just want confirmation that we're good with all that, and then you
Yes.
guys will negotiate that from that point forward or whatever.
And I can assure you, we looked at the bridge. Now, the bridge is a steel structure. It's wood on the top, but the rest of it's steel. We inspected it. There's no issues with the structure of the bridge. So the only thing really we would be concerned about over the next 5 to 7 years is probably replacing some wood.
So
It shouldn't be a big deal.
just question, or not question, comment, that supports this. Even if, say that was structurally deficient at one point in time, the likelihood of if that footbridge does become structurally deficient, and then DOT allocating resources to fix that steel would be 0 to zilch. It would never happen. It would be permanently closed until that thing fell into the river. They were not going to come out and replace wood. They would never replace steel, a footbridge. So as many times as we knocked on their door, so even if it was structurally deficient, you're probably looking at never having it again versus taking over the maintenance. So it's,
Yeah,
We
Speaking
need,
to
we
them,
need
they-
it, because that's a lifeline for.
there is no other way to get across the without walking all the way around. That's literally a vital
Driving.
They'd have to get a
infrastructure.
bus to take the teams over there.
Yeah.
And with our conversation with DOT, they had no idea where it came from, when it appeared.
Yep.
Yeah, we got nothing from them
With the bridge.
with the bridge.
I'm sure isn't there a train trestle?
They
over
weren't
there?
even aware that it was there.
So, exactly, if that thing ever became.
It wasn't getting
An
fixed.
issue, it was not getting.
It was done at a different time when people just did things at times.
They're over 50 years.
There you go. Do it and ask for forgiveness later, which was 50 years later, so.
Yep.
All right, I'm good with it.
Just to warn you, once this agreement is produced and reviewed and the like, then we'll be coming back again for all.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect.
Committeeman Weber,
Yes.
Committeeman Capides,
Yes.
Committeeman Kaiser,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laufer,
Yes.
Mayor Huber.
Mr. Mayor, I make the motion to accept the resignation of Kenneth Steele from the Rent Leveling Board.
Second, thank you, Ken, for your work.
All in fa- oh, you-
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, thank you, enjoy Colorado.
approve the-
Colorado. Good for him.
Approve the request by the soccer club for a $50 program credit from the Springfield Recreation Department to support the basket auction at the annual pool party fundraiser on Friday, February 13th. Oh, I'm sorry, were you supposed to read that?
No.
I have a motion.
Motion to adopt that request by the soccer club?
Second.
Committeeman Weber,
Yes.
Committeeman Kaiser,
Yes.
Committeeman Capides.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laufer,
Yes.
Mayor Huber.
Yes. Approve the hold harmless agreement with the Congregation Israel of Springfield Incorporated for use of 345 and 347 Mountain for the purpose of fire department training prior to the buildings being demolished.
I move their request.
Chief, can you give us clarification on this, please, first, before it goes further, just so people understand what's happening?
Absolutely. So that building, those two buildings are directly to the right of Congregation of Israel, if you're facing the building. They are two, right now, single-family homes. They're going to be demolished. So when that happens, we like to get our hands on these buildings for some real-time and real-world training and to hone in our skills more. Dr. Josh Milo, who is a fantastic person, a premier
Yeah.
dentist in this town, might I add, he orchestrated this. He put us in touch with the right people, and we were able to get approval to start training on this. So this will be something, as soon as this resolution is passed, with their approval, once they cap all of these utilities and they secure them, we'll start doing joint training with some neighboring towns there and have some real-time scenarios, of course without fire, just to have more real-world situations.
I have to ask, is it something that people can come by and watch?
You know, inside the building, we're gonna have a lot of doors bolted shut probably. We're gonna be stretching hose lines. People are gonna see the apparatus around. Getting in the building, depending on how much demo we're doing, there might be holes in a lot of areas of the floors and the roof, so I would say probably not safe for people to be walking around without hard hats on. But from the outside, absolutely. We're gonna be doing multiple scenarios of laddering the building, coming out of windows, and, you know, ultimately rescuing our rescue dummies to simulate a real-world situation with a person being removed. So it'll be a multi-day event, probably gonna be at least 4 days in a row. And we're gonna have multiple departments here probably assisting us with this.
Let us know when it's happening.
Absolutely, yeah.
And could you put a notification out so people don't get spooked?
100%, yeah. Once that happens, we'll definitely reach out to the township so they can put a notification out. People are gonna question, why is there so many fire trucks on Mountain Avenue? Believe me, I know the questions will come in, so yeah, that'll be easier to do it that way.
Also, let the people know around that area.
Yeah.
With everything, and I like, they did with the trees and all that. Drop off envelopes at everybody's house around there. I don't trust the mail, no offense to the mail, but I want to drop off at every house.
What do you want dropped off at every house?
Well, a letter saying, we're on December 2nd,
Yeah.
we're gonna be a lot of fire trucks, firemen, all that around.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a busy roadway, so I think we're just gonna have just the people driving up and down Mountain Avenue are gonna be the ones that are gonna be, noticing it and probably calling it in. The residents around there probably will see us there the first day, but we'll talk to everyone around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will move the request one more time.
Second?
Deputy Mayor Laufer,
Yes.
Committeeman Weber,
Yes.
Committeeman Kapidis,
Yes.
Committeeman Kaiser,
Yes.
Mayor Huber.
Yes. Approval request from a nonprofit organization to waive building, electrical, or plumbing permit fees associated with the above-ground swimming pool for the block 1203, Lot 8.
I move the approval of the request.
I will second that.
Deputy Mayor Laufer,
Yes.
Committeeman Weber,
Yes.
Committeeman Kapidis,
Yes.
Committeeman Kaiser,
Yes.
Mayor Huber.
Yes. Finance?
It's time to pay some bills. I'll make a motion to adopt payroll and invoices for the period of May 14th, 2025 through May 27th, 2025 in the amount of $8,927,110.03.
Second.
Committeeman Kaiser,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laufer,
Yes.
Committeeman Kapidis.
Yes.
Committeeman Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Huber.
Yes, but it was 3 cents, not 30. Just to make sure. it says it right.
Oh, did I say
I don't
30?
want anybody
3
saying
cents.
anything.
3 cents. 3 cents.
All right, no correspondence. Public comment on any government issue. It's open to the public. Recommend come up.
Jeff Chait, 47 Shelley. Just the naming of the Oakland Park, when did that take place? Because last year I brought up that, we should bring it out to the residents in the school.
We're just,
Oh, it's just a temporary name.
So everybody knows what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, because my idea last year was put it out to the schools and put it out to the town to maybe come up with a nice historical name or something. That's what the history of the town.
Yeah, we don't know what to call it, so it's Oakland.
We don't know everything we're gonna do yet to it, so.
And then the councilman said, I think that's a great idea, like one of those on the utility boxes, those electric boxes, something like that, like on Mountain Avenue, like on Mizell, where everyone's seen them at the red lights. One's off the outskirts of the town, then maybe go simple or something.
Great idea. I'm
Yeah,
curious
that's a great
about how
idea.
much
I mean,
it's
that's
gonna
Springfield
cost.
right there.
You know.
Yeah, that's cool,
Gonna
right?
have to be a big traffic box.
Or maybe
you.
we could just put the bulk dates on one of the boxes.
There you
Everybody
go.
knows, right?
Anybody else?
Year.
Anyone else?
we got one more taker.
Two comments. I just want, I don't know. if
Name and
this-
address,
Oh,
please.
Drew Stern, 5 Berkeley Road. My wife is the president of this, but I have a bigger mouth. So we are starting, and has started, a group called Springfield Women's 50-Plus Group. It is, it was a group that we felt was underserved in this town for many years. And we are asking, of course, for everybody's help here. We're planning all sorts of events. We've had 63 women sign up already. That's how we just have signed up. A lot have approached us. That's a fairly big group for Springfield. And we're planning all sorts of activities, from physical activities, pickleball, running, tennis, to book clubs, to yoga, all sorts of, I don't want to take up your time, I know. Also from bridge, chess, everything that you can imagine. We're going to have all sorts of board games and everything like that. And we're trying to use Chisholm for a lot of these things, and we're of course asking for everybody's support in supporting this group. It's a large group, and it's a lot of work.
I know. Can you,
Okay.
Can you get the dates over to Linda, and we'll try and put something on the board when the meeting's coming up?
So here's what, I was just talking to John before. We're gonna meet with Adam and get stuff from Drew and try to figure out how, we have to figure out, we've actually got some technical difficulties, because we have a 55 and older group right now, and we're looking at a 50 and older group. There's a few speed bumps that gotta get worked out. It's nothing major, but I will say this, anytime you get over 60 people to sign up for anything in any town, that's a success. So, John's aware of it, I'm aware of it. We just gotta get
Great.
and talk to the rec center, and we just gotta figure out how to put these worlds together and figure it out.
Well, I was at the last meeting they had,
Okay,
Yes.
and they had no idea things that were going on in the town.
really?
There was.
The
I don't
people
know.
in New York, yeah, the
Yeah, I mean, you
people,
know,
the 50.
I was there, Mike Scalera was there.
Yeah, I heard it went really
Telling-
well.
And we, yeah, it went well. They were very receptive to us.
Okay,
I mean, and all it was just a discussion, nothing, nobody was pointing, after us or anything like that. But they were happy, and we can, things coming into town.
Yep.
They had no idea.
right. Yeah, listen, it's obvious with this many people signing up, it's a underserved group
Yeah.
that's looking for things to do, and fantastic.
We've had a lot of,
It was,
Yeah.
a lot of women I've seen in town, and they were saying, we're doing.
Yeah, I heard it went well after your meeting, that they had a lot of, they were very happy that you went there, because,
oh, yes. We were very appreciative of you being there.
Let us know, and one of us will try and get there, at least one of us. Just let us know when it is.
Okay.
Ahead of time. I just knew, I found out that day it was gonna happen.
Yeah.
We went over there, but, I went over there.
Well, we gave you 10 minutes to get up, to get your shirt on and get over there. And we've had a lot of business support from Game Changers. The Halo Roasters, who is, I don't want to advertise for her, but it's a wonderful place. And they have thrown their support behind us 100%. And that's all we're looking for. This is a fun group. It's not political. And we're just trying to, those, not me, the women there, quite a few, just want to have some fun, doing all sorts of events, from parties to exercising to whatever.
it's needed.
Reading
because right now-
clubs, we have somebody to teach artificial intelligence. We have not me, all sorts of things. All right? And I appreciate the time. Yes.
Have you gone to the first aid squad at all? Talked to them about coming over and teaching them?
That's a great idea. We're looking for, by the way, we're looking for more ideas. We've talked to the police department. We've talked to Mike in the fire department. They're willing to throw our support behind us. So yes, that's a great idea, a wonderful idea. Any ideas that anybody up here has, we are open to, and I'm sure that we'd have 5, 10 people want to do that, because we have 20 people doing walking. I mean, Game Changers has offered a free month for people who want to exercise. There's all sorts of things. My wife and the rest of the group are open to everything. I just sort of run the meetings because I'm not very shy and I have a big mouth. All right? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I have one thing, Mayor. Environmental.
Wait, no, let me
Oh,
close
it.
to the
Okay,
public first before we get in trouble. Any other public? Seeing none, portion of that is closed. All right.
So we had the environmental meeting last week, and the Rails to Trails people have been in contact with the environmental commission, sorry. And Rails to Trails was asking if, the last time they were here, it was presented that we were the only town in Union County that had not given a resolution or a letter of support for the Rails to Trails program.
So we did that last year, didn't we? Didn't we do that last year?
It was on tonight.
Sorry.
Piggybacking off of environmental concerns, I was approached by a number of other municipalities.
Did I miss that?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
A number of other Union County municipalities are attempting, like a number of municipalities throughout the state, nicknaming it "Skip the Stuff." So our restaurants, when you do takeout orders, a lot of times they just throw as many forks, knives, spoons, and napkins in there as possible without you even asking for it or wanting it. And what happens is a lot of that plastic and paper builds up and builds up and builds up, and you just have a junk drawer filled with plastic that no one ever uses. A number of towns have tried to combat this by saying, skip the stuff. And it's not saying no no plastic utensils. It's just saying that you should have to ask for the plastic utensils without it just being supplied to you, hopefully with the goal of cutting down on single-use plastics, which, of course, once again, we saw in this, if anybody read the Times this weekend, talked about how pervasive microplastics are in all of us, showing up in our body and what effects that has on our health. So it's about time that we try to lead on that. With everybody's support up here, I think I would like to direct Mr. Dowd to try to copy. I think Westfield has passed an ordinance. I think Summit has passed an ordinance to try to mimic what they have done with Skip the Stuff, and see if we can work in a model ordinance that would require our restaurants to just have a simple question: hey, do you actually need that plastic fork and knife before just giving it to you?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me.
Mayor, wanted to make everyone aware on the dais and the masses in the crowd. 250th Anniversary Committee met for the second time. We've cemented a schedule of events for the lead up to July 4th, 2026, which is going to be a really, really fun and engaging 7 months. There's going to be more info to come, but I just want to start telling everybody who's even remotely interested that, you know, we're putting together a really exciting, hopefully community building group of events, and we hope to have a kickoff event later this year to kind of start the excitement. And Chief Cook was there. I mean, you know, it was a great time. And if anybody is interested in helping out on the 250th anniversary, there's, you know, we might be looking for a couple more people. It's a great group, but obviously we want to make sure residents have the ability to help and serve their community. So it's going to be great.
Why don't you put it on the board outside? Electric board.
Yeah.
Meeting.
Great.
You know, meeting on the 2nd,
Perfect.
and that's, you know, this way we could have it.
Yeah, we'll put it out.
We'll have it out on the board. This way we can
It's a great idea.
get the schools involved too.
They are.
Kids, all right.
They are involved, yeah.
All right, anything else? Executive session.
Sorry. Resolution 52725, whereas Article 6 of the Open Public Meetings Act provides that a public body may hold a closed session, and whereas the Township Committee will, during this meeting, enter into discussion of the following matters: attorney-client privilege and personnel, whereas the matters to be discussed in closed session are to remain in the strictest of confidence by all committee members in furtherance of their fiduciary duties to the township. Now therefore be it resolved, matters discussed at this meeting will be released to the public when reasons for discussing and acting upon them in closed session no longer exist.
Second. Oh, sorry. I stepped on your I apologize.
Favor?
Possibly taking any action?
I mean, we might.
I don't think we're taking any action.
We might.
So we might be back.
It is possible that action will be taken after this meeting.
Am I supposed to be signing?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?